We're back. Welcome in. Ninja, hello. It's P.N.03. Hey, Isaac. Ninja. Hello. Yeah, there's definitely elements of Bayonetta vibes here. You know what? We'll watch this at the end, actually, because Beautiful Joe is the game we're doing after this. Honestly, you know what? Let's find out together, Ninja. It's been a long time since I've played all the way through this. Da 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 da. Yeah, I feel like you can definitely equate this to Bayonetta, to Vanquish in some sense. I played this back in the day. Like, I had no idea what it was or its history. Like before we get into it, like let's talk about it. The Capcom 5. We've mentioned the Capcom 5 several times over the years. The Capcom 5 was an idea they had at Capcom to produce 5 games exclusively for the Nintendo Gamecube. Those 5 games were P.N.03, Beautiful Joe, Dead Phoenix, Killer 7, Resident Evil 4. Now, you've probably heard of 3 of those games. Now, Beautiful Joe, Killer 7, Resident Evil 4 all came to the PS2 because they didn't sell well enough on GameCube. Dead Phoenix never got released, it was cancelled. P.N.03 is the only game that released that stayed exclusive to the GameCube because it didn't review well and it sold terribly. The game is credited as being directed by Shinji Mikami, but like Devil May Cry 2, he joined development late during the production cycle. And he really just helped get it out of the door in the same way that Tsuno did for DMC2. So it's down as one of Mikami's works, but it's really not.
P.N.03.
Let's do this. Pretty much, he made it release more than anything else. And like, we're going to go into this game and you'll be like, what? And we're going to finish this game and you'll be like, what? So we're on the planet from the movie Screamers, if anybody has ever seen the movie Screamers. Well, not really, that's a joke. This isn't actually a secret tie into Screamer. So I think, like, right off the bat, you can tell this is another idea of a character made to be cool. Cool. How'd you like your new work environment? Eat my ass. I think more than anything else, the main vibe you will get from this game is that it feels like a budget title you'll see from, like, in this era, maybe a Kemco or Majesco. Like, if I booted this up and you saw none of the, like, pre-title amble or anything, and I asked you to tell me, like, who developed and published this, you probably would not say Capcom because it feels cheap. The lack of voice acting, I think, is the first give up. There's also this whole thing of, like, no establishing backstory, we'll do it through exposition. Infiltrate the enemy fortress out of heaven. So I did stream this very briefly several years ago, and, like, I don't remember which stream that happened in. Like, it happened, I don't remember which stream I did that in. It wasn't the focus of the stream. It was something I did as a little bonus. So I can't tell you where to look for that. So besides that, I haven't played this game since I had it when I was younger, and I got rid of this after I finished it. And I finished it, and I remember just being kind of unfazed by it. The immediate thing you'll notice is tank controls. Early 2022, thank you, babe. Welcome in. Before your time. Gamecube's not before your time, Ninja. Energy drive? It'll make your suit blow up. You'll be naked but unharmed. We thought it would be funny. Energy consumption 1 fires 4 homing lasers. We'll give that a shot. It's pretty impressive range there. Playing Lightning Returns at the same time had me in the background. Like, it's really stiff. You have no idea. Really? I just done East Origin? Because East Origin's the only other East game I've streamed. Hopefully, like, we'll get into the groove of this. Okay, so the commands are input with the D-pad? That's weird. Like, that input there, right, left, A, with the D-pad. My ASL, huh? Ah, you bitch. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll start feeling a little more natural as we go. I remember it didn't when we streamed this previously. You fire slightly to the left, and that's odd. Alright. That was an instant kill.
P.N.03.
Not wasting a continue on that. I don't know if they carry on between levels. I think that was an intended slow-mo effect because of the death. Alright. Okay, you can't fire while jumping, you can't fire while dodging, you can't fire while crouching. I do think it's genuinely kind of impressive, though, to have enemies that far away and, like, have your attacks reach them in real time like this. Like, they're not hit scans, they're projectiles. Like, that's kind of impressive for this era. Even today, actually. You'd never see this kind of thing. Well, none of that. There we go. Okay, so it's very important we don't let them do the big attack, because that's an instant kill, apparently. And welcome to the main gameplay environment design of the game. That's a lot of health lost in a death explosion. God damn. It telling you how many rooms you've got in the stage as well is a little bit... So stage 1, 21 rooms. This is also real worrying, like just how much damage I'm taking. There we go. That's not a lot of health recovery. Alright. Let's go this way. There's also a thing of having to mash the A button. If you just hold the A button, that's what you get. Every individual shot is me pressing A. This is not a game designed for my mid-30s wrists. Oh boy, this is gonna get painful. Okay, good news, I have all my health back. So yeah, imagine playing, like, Devil May Cry with tank controls. And, like, not even smooth tank controls like Onimusha. And you start to get, like, the real problem here. Then. Welcome in. Yeah, Onimusha's just fun to play. Onimusha feels a lot more natural from the get-go. And it probably helps that Onimusha can be played with the D-pad. This requires you to use the analog stick to move. And analog stick tank control's awful, always have been. Like, you see people coming to Resident Evil for the first time on, like, PS4 with Remake or Code Veronica, and they're using tank controls with the analog stick, and they're like, oh, these controls are terrible. It's like, yeah, because you're using them wrong. Yeah, I think you can, like, visibly see how stiff this is. The jump does feel kind of nice. Though it is pretty stiff itself. Gotcha. There we go. Yeah, you get one erection joke and then you're banned. Because I'm probably going to keep saying that this feels really stiff, and I'm not dealing with that for the entire stream. Yeah, it's like the constant stop and start, and you see a bunch. It looks as though I didn't upload it. You say it was just after I'd done an East game, but like the only other East game I've done was East Origin, and that would have been on Switch. I can't imagine myself switching between Switch and Gamecube mid-stream. Uh-oh. Well, I thought they'd finished shooting. This is emulated, yes. But back when I did that, it wouldn't have been. I only started emulating Gamecube. I think the first Gamecube game I emulated on stream would have been Skies of Arcadia, and that started during the Vice the Legend run. Before that, it would have been on Wii U, using my hack Wii. So I would have had to switch from the Switch to the Wii U. You'd think that, but it still feels like really stiff, and the enemies are just really predictable. multiple suits. Buy another continue. Ugh. What's my current? Barrier, palm shot, energy. Automatic, not a thing. That has automatic, so that's not bad. Well, I can't buy anything right now. I know, right? Well, I consider this is still the first level, and we are now maybe halfway through the first level. Like I say, I remember this being pretty short. I mean, we can almost buy one upgrade so far. It's not entirely uncommon to not be able to buy upgrades the first time you see them. I can't see. That's not a helpful starting position. Okay, missiles are useless at close range, good to remember. You know, so far... I mean, you could see that. I couldn't see what the enemy was doing. And so my immediate solution the second time around was just to make sure I was in a position where I could. There we go. Yeah. The way it presents in the rooms like this, with like combo potential and points for killing enemies and room results, makes me think of Dino Crisis 2 in particular. I think you could argue it's got that level of difficulty that Capcom games tended to have around this era. Because, like, I'd argue Onimusha isn't a particularly easy game, Devil May Cry wasn't easy. Beautiful Joe isn't an easy game. Though I think in this case, so far, it's not through deliberate design. It's because getting hit does so much damage. Okay, doable. I think that's a continue. But I think, like, immediately you can see why I've put this as part of the history of stylish action, though. Fuck. 'Cause it's got, like, a lot of the hallmarks of it, especially the no damage bonuses. Well, this feels like a boss door. No, I had not considered wet for history of stylish action. I don't know. I feel like if I considered wet, I'd also have to consider stranglehold. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Well, that wasn't nice. Yeah, I remember I had a friend in college who really loved wet, and I was over at his house at one point, and he was like, "Let me show you this game," and he just showed me the end of the game. It was like, "Okay, it's a terrible way to sell something to somebody, but okay." I think I do have it now. I bought it previously when I got my PS3 based on his recommendation, played it and didn't enjoy it. Got rid of it. I think I own it again now, somewhere. But I never really enjoyed it. Okay. Nice of them to make me die before doing that. I have that suit. I have enough money for one of the other suits. That has automatic. Good dodging skills are required. Specialized for defense. High energy potential makes up for its weak offense. I'm looking at this really just because it has an automatic stat, which I'm like, if I get that, I might not have to keep mashing the button. I should make the decision though, like, choose one of these outfits because I'm gonna pour money into one of them, like whichever one I go with. I feel like focusing on defense in a game like this is a mistake because a lot of what you want, I feel, based on this first level, is going to be kill the enemies before they can build up and become a problem. You want them dead quickly. So I think I'm going to stick with my current suit, which seems balanced. Like, it doesn't have the automatic, but it's got a barrier power up, which will be good. Yeah, I just can't buy all mine. It says it's there, but I can't have it. Alright, so that should be good. Yes. Yeah, I think the problem with dealing with that robot then was its big attack destroyed the cover I had, which I wasn't expecting. But then beyond that, the attack that did that kept going, which was concerning. And the controls in this game are not smooth enough for me to deal with that quickly. Had to be aware of that happening in advance. I could have maybe dealt with it a second time, but we're going to move on. I don't like that the game's like, okay, user continue now. Like, you've died, user continue. Oh, we're just not going to let you fight this boss again. It's like, what? What if I'd spent money on that continue? And so, like, a big thing with this game, though, is I feel like you never really know what the goal is. Like, why are we here? What's our goal in this facility? What is this facility? Why does she always shoot to the left? That's an interesting way of putting it, Ninja. It's like, the system as we're currently experiencing it now works, I think, when we're facing one enemy. Or, like, a small number of enemies at a time. Like, because you have to be completely stationary to attack. Well, like, you've got this, how she just stands, Clem. This is how she crouches. This is how she dodges. This is how she jumps. Like, it's clearly meant to have a specific style. But yeah, the focus of the gameplay being you have to stand in place to attack. And then dodge around and keep attacking. Like, the dodging feels so separate from attacking. It feels like attacking is its own thing, and it doesn't flow into anything else. Highlight looking at her butt. Which is an odd thing to highlight, given that this is the default camera. And, like, the top of her head is the middle of the screen. Like, I think it's maybe a little bit below the middle of the screen. So her butt is really not the focus of anything right now. Yeah, like, her butt isn't really the focus because of, like, how far down the screen it is. Which, like, I'll definitely give the game credit, just how little of the screen space the main character takes up. Which, in a game where the enemies do this much damage, you need to be able to see them all. Like, that's definitely a point in this game's favour, I feel. Well, that didn't happen. I don't think I'm going to put any more money into this suit. I think we'll wait until another suit comes up. It's also, I think, like, it's odd how slow-paced the game feels, given how fast it clearly wants you to move. And these can destroy each other. That's kind of fascinating, actually. Man, if the controls were smoother, I would definitely be aiming for that. Well, I dodged it. Like, I feel like in a game like this, a quick turn button should be an option, not a necessity. Like, it should be a convenience feature. It shouldn't be a necessity. It's like, for me to really do anything, I really need that quick turn button. And it's kind of odd, because, like, I don't think a whole lot would have been lost here if the game had had, like, regular strafing controls. Like, it does kind of predate the idea of, like, the left stick being forward, back, left, and right, and the right stick being, like, the camera and everything, and letting you turn with the camera. But I don't think the game would have lost anything if it had been that. Though there were definitely games by this point where the whole point of it was that you can move forward, back, left, and right. Get that health. Bye-bye. I should get points for dodging those that way. Like skin of my teeth. It also does seem, though, like the... Thank you, Ninja. It also does seem like the enemies have some trouble turning, though. Really thought that one had hit me. Would have gotten a smoking sexy style. Do you prefer smoking sexy style or smoking sick style? Sexy? Yeah. Honestly, like, based on what we've done so far, and knowing that the rest of the game is going to be mostly the same as this, I feel like if this was smoother to control, there'd probably be, like, a really strong, a really dedicated fan base of this, just focused on clearing through the game and getting, like, high scores and such. But I think, as it is, it's too stiff to really be entirely enjoyable. Does this music sound familiar to anyone else? No, it can't be FF10-2, because I've not played FF10-2. What tree? Yeah, I didn't even watch Teague do it because I've not played it myself. Yeah, you just gotta know what the iframes are about. I was a little worried actually because the attack didn't kill the enemy, and the laser was still going when the attack ended. So I'm glad the iframes extended past that. Regular. Hmm. Yep, really does. Like I say, by the end of this, like I said at the start you'd be like, huh? By the end of this, you'd be like, huh? Because, like, there's the facade of a story, but there's not a story. Alright, let's go do that one again. Yeah, I remember Vanquish, I remember the reviews at the time were all like, this is one of the best games we've ever played, absolutely fantastic, love it. It's too short. But like we had with Metal Gear Rising, I would much rather a game be too short and so vastly replayable than last too long. Really, above any of the Resident Evils he directed? Have you played God Hand? I feel like the most common directors through the history of stylish action are going to be Mikami and Kamiya. Because, like, Mikami gets this, which is credited for, there's God Hand, Vanquish will come up. I think Kamiya will get more, though, because Devil May Cry 1, Beautiful Joe, Bayonetta, Army. So there's 4 there, he already outnumbers it. Okay. Oh, these ones are different. They're red and they seem to have more health. Rude. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my favorite Mikami directed game might be Resident Evil. 4. Resident Evil 4. I'll have to see how I feel when I play through Vanquish. A while before then, though. Did Mikami direct Onimusha? I feel like he did. And God knows I love Onimusha 1. Which is rude. You love Onimusha. Excellent. I don't like any of this. Bitch. You know what? I'm gonna go and use some of my energy. What about Shadows of the Damned? That's technically Mikami directed. You haven't played it? I think it's worth a playthrough. It is quite fun. It's compromised from what its original vision was. Like, one of the other ideas I've had for the Sunday streams was Suda Sundays, where we'd play through a bunch of the Suda 5 developed games. So like Killer 7 would be on there, No More Heroes, No More Heroes 2, Shadows of the Damned would be on there, and we'd end up talking about how it's not what he originally intended. Like, I think EA commissioned him to develop a game, and he came up with this whole idea inspired by the works of Kafka, of Franz Kafka, and EA was like, nah, that won't work. And so they heavily retooled it into Shadows of the Damned. And he absolutely abhors the final product. It's kind of an odd setup as well, because like a big part of the marketing of that game was like, it's a concept and story by Suda 5-1, it's directed by Shinji Mikami, music by Akira Yamaoka. I will do Shadows of the Damned on stream one day. Yeah, Suda Sundays was a fun concept. Though I'd have to get the third No More Heroes game and then No More Heroes 3. And I don't know if I'd want to play some of his older stuff. What is it? The Silver Case. Definitely don't want to play through Flower, Sun and Rain. That said, there will actually be a Suda game in the History of Stylish Action because I added Killer is Dead. So there's something of an interesting concept that runs through this game, of the facility being something you traverse through, rather than just being various disconnected levels. The trouble is, it's really only true in concept, because none of these places end up looking remotely distinctive. So it doesn't matter.
Who are you gonna murder next, mister?
Everybody. Everybody's gonna die. Oh, hello. I feel like this is absolutely about the point where you even if you were invested in the idea of this game, like whatever it's doing, where it's going on, you wanted to see what's going to happen with it, you'd be getting tired of it, because remember, every individual shot is me pressing the A button. Think about how many times I've done that in the space of the hour we've been streaming. Yeah, like you would want to do this in short bursts. Okay, left, right, A. Yeah, like without the focus of the stream, I can't do like the huge sessions of Devil May Cry that I used to do. I think the last time I did a long session of Devil May Cry my own time was probably when I replayed Devil May Cry 5 after getting it on PC. I've not actually replayed, like, I've not played all the way through Resident Evil 4 Remake since I streamed it. Like, I finished that game once, and you guys saw that playthrough. Yeah, part of that's how I feel with the idea of Silent Hill 2 Remake. It looks like it's just going to be longer. And I'm not down for that. Okay, that's a big single hit that explodes. Alright. That's interesting, because, like, going as fast as I can in OGRE4, I can have it done in 5 hours. Like, if I sat down and really focused on it and skipped all the cutscenes and stuff, I could have OGRE4 done in about 5 hours. And that's not speedrun time. Yeah. Like, on a very casual playthrough of RE4, like just playing it to play it and enjoy it, takes me about 10 hours. Damn it. It's one of those things of like, if you stop the messing around, like you don't do a bunch of the checking for everything, like making sure you kill all the enemies and such. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can cut out that isn't going to negatively affect your performance. In, like, a similar sense as Metal Gear Solid 2. Because, like, you think about the Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough when I streamed it the first time, and we did everything, like, in the main story. And the plant chapter alone was almost 9 hours. And then I did Plant and Tanker, skipping all the cutscenes and just playing the game. And the whole thing was done in under 4. It's definitely a similar thing with RE4. Honestly, if that was the case in MGS2, it wouldn't bother me so much. It's that so many... Oh, I said jump forward, you... It's that so many cutscenes in MGS2 stop for the sake of codec conversations, and I think it's really lazy. Well, that's the thing of, like, codec conversations with your support team. Fair enough, it's how they communicate with you when they're not on site. MGS1 did it, and there are codec calls in MGS1 that get tiresome. Like, the whole dealing with Naomi and her real identity on replays, tiresome. But at least you're not having codec calls with people stood in front of you. And MGS2 is just full of it, and I hate that. Because, like, it gets down to the same problem I have with stuff like the Arkham games. And, like, BioShock could be having this problem, but doesn't. Really hasn't yet. It might do as the game goes on, who knows. Of the value of a cutscene in a game. Bearing in mind that the cutscene takes away gameplay from you in a gameplay experience. The value is, like, interesting visuals and cinematography. Make it look and feel interesting. And the codecs aren't that. You see, that's the thing, mate. I'm currently swaying my hips constantly. You just can't see it because the camera ends, like, chest level. Rest assured, I am very much swaying my hips for you. Welcome in, mate. Yeah, it's like with that, like, in Arkham Asylum, where there aren't cutscenes. There aren't cutscenes in a lot of it, because it's just Batman going, and you can't do anything until he stops doing that. And it was like, it was only in the last few years I discovered you can skip those line by line. Like, if you press B, I think, it'll skip to the next line of dialogue, and like you just keep mashing it until the conversation is done. But it's really fucking boring. And the same's true of Arkham Asylum's opening. The opening where you slowly walk the Joker to where he's supposed to be locked up. Because you're in gameplay, and the result of that is the camera is wherever you move it, but you're limited by gameplay camera. So it's way less visually interesting than if it had just been a cutscene. I don't think I like how she switches hands every time she kills an enemy. Because it creates this pause between shooting each enemy. So how you doing there? It's one of those things of like, it's a pause in gameplay that is not under my control and I don't appreciate it. It's like in Twilight Princess when I sheath my sword. Sometimes, completely independent of my actions, Link will just like do a flourish with his sword before he sheathes it. And I don't like that. Because it slows things down and it's not in my control. Hanging in there so far? Excellent. We'll see if you feel that way by the end of this stream. So far, I feel like this second ability I bought has not been worth it. I think I'm going to end up buying that suit that has the automatic ability. And then watch that happen, and I'm just going to be like, this isn't as fast as I can be. I should have a charge shot. Yeah, so like the big blast, it turns out it's not... I don't think it's all that powerful. What it really is it's a big blast that disperses when it hits its target. Yeah, it's impenetrable glass until I try to hide behind it, and then it breaks. But it doesn't break immediately, so you think that it won't break. And then it does, and you will get hit because you weren't expecting it. Yep, fuck that. So what happened last time? Like my buddy used to say when playing Halo, enjoying the stream, why not throw mecha-chrono a follow and catch him anytime he goes live? shotgun, it's a fucking water gun. When everyone else uses it, it's the best fucking gun in the world. Yeah. See, I feel like I could have done this the first time. Like, just knowing that that laser was going to be a problem, I feel like I could have done this the first time. Oh, good. Why am I having to buy my equipment when you're paying me for this contract? This one is 300,000. Okay, so I think I'm going to aim for this one. Because it has automatic, 2 levels of automatic, which is good. It has the same level of power I currently have, which is fine. And then it has more health. So we'll save up for that one. We have an ad coming up, though, so we're going to run this ad, and then we'll do the next mission.
Oh no!
We'll be right back. And we're back.
Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Now you fucked up. 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 Now you have fucked up.
Anyway. So yeah, we'll save up for the next suit. No, because I can't afford it, because you fuckers are charging me a ridiculous amount of money for some reason to do the job that you have hired me to do. You know, imagine that, like, somebody hires you to do a job, and they're like, here's the equipment you can have, pay for it. Because I'm sorry, did you want me to do this job or not? What paycheck am I having to pay you for equipment? Alright. Pretty much. It's like, does the paycheck pay for all the money I spent doing this? I feel like this would be... God, that's bullshit. You know, it kind of is. The Mercenaries mode. I don't like this. I feel like this game would definitely be more enjoyable if there was, like, any semblance of a story. Or characters, or idea of what's going on. Because, like, it's not offensive right now. The biggest problem is, like, it's not overly engaging. And it's like I've said before, like, one of the big advantages Devil May Cry 3 has over Devil May Cry 1 is the way they present cutscenes at the beginning and end of every mission, so it feels like the story is always progressing, which is a great idea. I don't think it's as necessary in Devil May Cry as it is in this, because Devil May Cry 1, while the story disappears for quite a while, you have, like, the really engaging gameplay and the interesting environments and, like, the Resident Evil-esque examine dialogues that give you insights into Dante's personality, which really help. Like, I think Devil May Cry 3... Is that a Shagohod? I feel like Devil May Cry 3 definitely needs it more than 1 did, because they've reduced those dialogues so much. Really want to get that automatic fire. See, like, we're doing these missions, and every mission so far is basically the same. Go through, shoot a bunch of stuff, dodge stuff. And it's not an awful gameplay loop. It's definitely not going to withstand the length of an extended game. I need to pause it. This is why turbo controllers were invented. Oh no, I have, like, Klim talks a lot about his pride, and like in a lot of cases his pride is kind of, like, silly. My pride, as far as games like this go, is doing it properly. And when I hit the point in a game where you can tell I've just given up with that, is when a game is just absolutely not worth it. Like right now, I could map, we're playing this on Dolphin, I could map a turbo fire to the A button. I'm not going to. If we hit the point that I do, you'll know I've just given up. Honestly, it's not even for you guys, it's for me. Like, I don't want to do games on stream with save states. For me. Not because I want to prove anything to anybody but myself. Because, like, you guys know, I'm a very firm advocate for, like, play games in the way that is fun to you. Fuck, I was this close to having a no damage run in this room. I play games in the way that's most fun to you. That's all that really matters. That was me giving up with that one. Because I think these enemies are bullshit. They fly in really close and do that big damage laser that's way harder to dodge. Like, fuck that. Yeah, always play games in the way that's most fun to you. Or the way that you want to play them. And it's definitely one of the things of, like, I'm glad we don't have much in the way of the same mockery from video games about playing on easy mode as we used to. Honestly, I think it might be a case of, like, one person said it, one person who had seen this game briefly, but has, like, a fairly large audience said it, and then it got repeated across the internet. And now the price of this game is shooting up. Because people are like, oh, it's like Pragmata. It's like, not though. Somebody said it is and nobody else has played it. No otherwise. You see, there's the thing, like, Vanquish is too mainstream. People know about Vanquish. People didn't buy Vanquish, but people know about Vanquish. I bet you got all excited there thinking we might actually have a cutscene for a minute. You were wrong. Yeah, people know of Vanquish, people just didn't really buy Vanquish. The remaster it got, or the HD release it got, on PS4, Xbox One, and PC definitely means that people are aware of it. But this thing, like, people feel like Bayonetta was a big success. But, like, was it? And I'm pretty sure Vanquish sold less than that. Alright, good. Something's dead. Because, like, it feels like everybody who talks about it feels like everybody talks about Bayonetta and played Bayonetta, but Bayonetta didn't do well enough for Sega to think there should be a sequel. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Yeah, I think Vanquish was the only game Mikami directed at Platinum. I could really do with you being dead. I think a big part of that was Nintendo still chasing, especially after the Wii. Like, they tried to push off this whole idea of them being the family-friendly system with the GameCube. Like, the N64 to a point, more so the GameCube. Because of, like, the push with Eternal Darkness that they published, and they published Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. There was a big focus on, like, Resident Evil and such. And then the Wii was a big hit with a very casual crowd, and Nintendo stopped trying to appeal to a mature audience. And then with the Wii U, I think they were really trying to go right back to that, because, like, remember what one of the launch titles was? Zombie U. They were really pushing that hard early on. Yeah, crank up the sex. The specific thing I remember hearing was the Link costume. There's the Nintendo costumes in Bayonetta 1, the Wii U version of Bayonetta 1. And, like, there's a Samus costume, there's a Link costume, there's a Peach and Daisy costume. Fuck. And I've heard the first design for the Link costume had Bayonetta, like, really covered up. And they sent it to Nintendo, and Nintendo were like, no, absolutely not. Make her sexy again. It's like Nintendo knew what it was, and they really wanted it to be what it was. Yeah, Bayonetta 2 is exactly what it should be. Okay, I didn't even see what hit me there. Alright, we're gonna sit on this screen for a few minutes so that I don't have to keep mashing the A button. Yeah, and I think, like, now Nintendo just generally doesn't care about how they're perceived. They'll put out whatever games they want, It's like it's been a while, and I feel like a lot of people don't remember like specific gameplay, specific game industry news that comes and goes without being like an extended thing. Like I do because I'm a fucking freak. But there was the whole real surprise when I can't even remember what it was specifically. There were visual novels that had been on PC and they came out on PS4 and were censored by Sony. And they came out on Switch and they were completely uncensored. They were the same as the PC releases. And everyone was like, really? Sony's the one censoring now and not Nintendo? I think they just don't care anymore. They make enough money that they clearly don't have to care. They don't have to try. It's like, hey, remember when the Wii U came out and the boot time for the Wii U was so fucking bad that they released an update to improve it? It used to be like 30 plus seconds from pressing the power button to actually being able to navigate the menu on the Wii U, and they had to fix it in an update because it was that bad. Imagine if the Switch had done that, but the Switch still sold as well as it did. Nintendo would have never fixed that because they don't have to anymore because they just make all the money. That was a fucking mistake. Well, the question there is like sacrificing Star Fox for what? Because I get what you're saying. Like pretty much every Star Fox release since Star Fox 64 has been specifically for the sake of trying to sell something outside of Star Fox. Like Star Fox Command was about selling DS touchscreen. Star Fox Adventures was about trying to make Star Fox something else. Star Fox Assault was about like probably the only like the last game that wasn't about trying to sell something else. Because it was trying to be a step forward as far as Star Fox went. Bitchin'. And then Star Fox 64 3D was about selling the 3DS with a remake of a beloved N64 title. The Star Fox Zero was about selling the Wii U gamepad gimmicks because it had been like several years and nothing on the Wii U had proven that the Wii U was essential for anything. It was always just a gimmick. And it's like, yeah, like what is the new one about? Try to gauge if there's enough interest in the Star Fox movie. I feel like I feel like that would not be the case because you wouldn't gauge interest for a movie by making a game. Not in this day and age. And given that this game must have been in development for a while, to reach the point where they're showing it. Like, maybe Star Fox's appearance, maybe the appearance of the Star Fox crew in the Mario Galaxy movie was specifically to build interest for a new game. I don't think it would work in the opposite way. And I feel like the Star Fox crew's appearance in the Mario Galaxy movie would be like the gauge interest for a broader Nintendo movie series. Professional. I don't have enough for one of the suits, do I? No, I'm still 100,000 short. Earn extra points, you say? Well, we should do that. I'm getting tired of mashing the A button. I do wonder whose idea specifically it was to have Star Fox appear in the Mario Galaxy movie as well, though. And also the fact that that was known before the movie even came out. Well, at this point, you shouldn't be in a hurry to hand over money to anybody. Like, I feel like we've seen so many cases where beloved franchises and IP developers and publishers make such mistakes. Like, brand loyalty is one of the stupidest things you can have in this day and age. Particularly because it becomes more and more apparent with, I think, each passing week that companies do not care about you. There used to be value to brand loyalty, and there really isn't anymore. And, like, even if the value was very minimal, there was value to it. And not really anymore. And it's like, look at Resident Evil. I've still not bought Resident Evil 9. And I'm not going to until it drops considerably in price. And I'm a fairly big Resident Evil fan. But what Resident Evil is now is not all that appealing to me. Because it's not what it was. And so if I'm going out and buying Resident Evil just because it's called Resident Evil, I am an idiot. And it's the same with, like, anything else. Like, you look at RPGs, and Final Fantasy is a beloved RPG series for a reason. A lot of us grew up with it. There's no good reason to go out and buy a new Final Fantasy. Like, wait for it to come out, see if it's something that is specifically interesting to you, and go from there. If you're buying before anything even comes of it, you're really just wasting your money. And especially at a time when money is as tight as it is for pretty much everybody. Like, basic cost of living. So you have less money than ever to spend on your luxuries. It was health right there. Yeah, you've got less money than ever to spend on your luxuries. And then the fact that everything is increasing in price. And game companies, like, let's be fair, games in a lot of sense offer less than they ever have before. You can argue the cost of development has risen. This isn't what I just did. You can argue the cost of development has risen, but, like, what's the actual return on that for the consumer? If a game looks better than ever, and you've spent all this money on making a game look better than anything that's ever come before it, like, is that really something I'm going to feel the value of? Or would I have found it just as enjoyable to look at if it didn't cost all that money to produce? And then on top of that, DLC, microtransactions, so many games these days launch in, like, busted ass states, so they're asking you to go out and buy a game at full price at launch that doesn't work the way it should. So it's like, no, I will be pickier with my money. Yeah, buy now, fix later. The fact that we're at a point now where stuff isn't getting cheaper as it ages, stuff is getting more expensive as it ages. It's like the Switch 2 has had a price increase. And it's like, it's one way to try and convince people to be early adopters if this becomes the whole thing now of you buy a console at launch before it increases in price. So no, brand loyalty is absolutely pointless in this day and age. Especially when respect for the consumer... God damn it. Respect for the consumer is basically at the lowest point it's ever been. Why have any loyalty for any brand when they have no loyalty to you? Loyalty has to be a two-way street. And you might be like, oh, but how can a brand be loyal to a consumer? And it's like, you know, Nintendo used to have a thing called Club Nintendo. And then it became like the Nintendo Platinum points and the Gold points. Those are gone. I think the Platinum points still exist because they're worthless. It's like, what are the Platinum points? Well, they're not monetary. And they get you things like pictures. You can buy a specific avatar if you've saved up enough platinum coins. Not really it's not really consumer loyalty, is it? Wow, you know, I would have appreciated if that had made it clear that that would end the stage. It didn't even complete the fucking stage. And there's also the thing of, like, what I was talking about in Klim's stream yesterday, like, this ever-increasing price point of video games and publishers talking about how they want to increase the price, and they've been doing it for a while, and they've been trying to get it up there. While, like, let's be fair, games have less value, really, as entertainment products than they ever have before. In that sense. Because it's basically a lot of these things trying to justify the price increase as, look at these colourful lights we're showing in front of you, blah, 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 blah. They might as well be dangling keys in front of your face. Like, for all the real entertainment value a lot of this has. And so, like, I do advocate just, like, going back and looking at all, like, your old stuff. I feel like anybody who has even more than just a passing interest in playing video games has a sizable enough collection these days. Because there's been a long period where you could buy plenty of games really cheap. And that's still true. Like, if you're waiting for the right sales on the right games, even today, like, a lot of them go super cheap. Let's see. Currently, my Steam library sits at over 1,200 games. That's just Steam. Over 1,219 games on Steam. And that's just Steam. I don't need to buy anything else for the rest of my life. And the truly crazy thing is, like, I would estimate maybe less than 50 of those games have been bought at full price. You know what? £10 a good deal for that. If you enjoy fighting games, £10 a good deal for that. I thought Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was quite fun to play. I enjoyed it more than I expected to. Really? On your Steam? See, we're looking... Like, it's not even like I've bought 1,000 games in the last... We're talking over the course of probably 15 plus years. And how many of these are bundles from, like, Humble Bundle, Fanatical, which I used to shop on more. Like, I got all the Resident Evil games not long after I got my PC. For, like, not even that much. Because they were on Humble Bundle. I'm not sure how old my Steam account is. Like, there's a difference between the age and how long I've actually been using it for. Can I see how long I've been playing for? Mecha-chrono. This user has also played mecha-chrono, green chrono, chrono, and chrono. That's interesting, because it says here I have less games than that. You know what? I think it's counting on the Steam library, it's counting software. Oh, is that me? You looked it up for me? I couldn't find it. Should be years of service badge. I have 8 badges. Uh, 13 years of service in 2025. So 2012? Hmm. Yeah, because I was on console more. And like, I've still got all the console stuff. I've got physical games up there, down there, in boxes, digital games. Like, I would estimate less than 5% of my collection has been purchased new. Or at full price. Fucking. Yeah, I didn't start properly PC gaming until 2022, maybe. When we moved into the last place I was at. Because I had the room for a desktop. Like, before that, it was all console. Okay, that's excessive. That's fucking excessive. And I can't even see the fucking enemy. Great, enough health that will not prevent an enemy from killing me. Well, I had my laptop, like my laptop that I still have down there actually, and I haven't used it since I got my PC, and I do some gaming on that because like it was definitely the point where PC gaming was better than console gaming in a lot of ways, and you'd have a better experience with it. It would look better, it would run better, and my laptop would reliably play pretty much everything through the PS3 era. Yeah, I think 20 years would probably be a little much. Because it would mean, like, 2006, you would have been one of the earliest Steam adopters, which I don't think a lot of people were unless they had Half-Life and were forced into it. 2006, I think a lot of people were still buying boxed PC games. Yeah, I played Left 4 Dead 2 a bunch. In fact, you know what? Let me check. It's not going to be accurate to like what the time was. It says I last played Left 4 Dead 2 in 2023. I played 50 hours of it on PC, and I played it with a friend a bit, not much. And that was on like my laptop I had before this one. Like this one was a beefy laptop at the time. One day we will do like a Left 4 Dead 2 co-op run. I feel like everybody who has any kind of gaming on PC has Left 4 Dead 2. Of course you do. Ever like Left 4 Dead 2? I mean, Left 4 Dead 2 is a functional game. But I think the only reason it ever really had any longevity was because it was co-op. I don't think Left 4 Dead was ever particularly amazing at anything other than co-op. Alright, thanks for stopping by, man. You take care of yourself. Hope you have a good day, bud. That's fair. But like, Left 4 Dead 2 is the one worth having just because it comes with the Left 4 Dead 1 stuff. Like, I say Left 4 Dead 2, and I'm really mostly thinking about a lot of the Left 4 Dead 1 stuff. The only Left 4 Dead 2 campaign that ever stood out to me, like with the exception of the one that reunites you with the characters from the first game, was Hard Rain, just because there's all the witches in it. Meanwhile, like Left 4 Dead 1, there's No Mercy, there was... what was it, Dead Air? One in the airport terminal. The one with the church in it. Dead, like the Dead Parish. And what was the one? I don't know, like, maybe because Left 4 Dead 1 had 4 campaigns, and then they added another one that was between No Mercy and, like, the second one. I don't know, but I do definitely remember more Left 4 Dead 1 stuff than 2. It's just, like, you got it on PC, all the Left 4 Dead 1 stuff is in Left 4 Dead 2. So if you're playing Left 4 Dead 1, you play it in Left 4 Dead 2. That's over half my health on this attack that I can only ever avoid by luck. Hate it. Like, the fucker gets in real close so that the camera will not properly track him. And then it's like, oh hey, big laser attack that's gonna last way too long. Hate it.
That's right.
That's right. And boy, like, let me tell you, my thumb has had enough. Like, this is not a stream game, this is a Let's Play game. Because in a Let's Play, you can just stop and leave for an hour. Or, like, several days. I mean, that's really nice of you, Ninja. And I understand because, like, I'm not overly focused on the game myself. That said, I feel like there is a bit of animation lock that's been fucking me over here and there. Dodges that I've definitely pressed the button for and they've just not happened. I also don't like the dodge has no iframes. So, like, you're trying to dodge through whatever an enemy is shooting at you. Because, like, you've dodged to the side and now you've hit a wall. And you need to dodge the other direction. And you can't. You're going to get hit by whatever the enemy's shooting. I don't like that. I promise you, Beautiful Joe will be far more engaging just as an experience. Because it also has a story. Sounds like it's coming from back here. I'm gonna hate that. Yep, and like I've said before, like, whatever issues there are with Kamiya-directed games, they're always interesting. That other one fell down there, and I'll need to go down and kill it to get the all enemies bonus. feel like this game would work like a lot better as a modern indie release. Because like a modern release would also have like way smoother controls, and you'd pay like maybe $15 for it. And it'd last like 3 hours, and you'd have enough fun to justify it. Perfect. You know, would have appreciated health. I will say with this one, like, I was expecting it to take one stream, because I know it's not a long game. But if we don't finish this game by the end of the stream, there will not be a second session. And I feel like all of you will understand. Because, like, speaking as somebody who has finished this before, it doesn't get better than this. Because you were excited for this game, Ninja, and you thought it'd be really something. I mean, voices is a strong term. I know I recognize this, and I cannot think of where it's from. Like, this specific track, I know it. Seriously, if anybody can point, like, where this track is from, I would appreciate it, because it's gonna bother me. And, like, something tells me it's not an action game. Yeah, like, I'm sure this is straight taken from another game. Like, it's not a rearrangement, not a remix, not an interpretation. I swear this is straight taken from another game. Well, that ended. Do I have enough? I do, finally. Why does it cycle like that? No, don't change yet, because right now, this is weaker. Didn't find anything. I know it's from something. Like, straight up just the same. We have another ad coming.
That's my joke! I'll kill you!
Pray for my thumb. And we'll be right back. And we're back.
There is no way I can lose.
Yeah. I agreed with you, remember? You said, like, it sounds familiar. I was like, Yeah, RE4 Mercenaries. Thank you, Clem. Code Geass episode. Oh, it's JoJo. It's JoJo, that's why it sounds so familiar. Like, get Ali in here while it's playing, and we can probably get an agreement on this. Like, the chord progression. Like, it's the music that plays in JoJo when they start. The main character has like a really good plan that starts really working, and they start winning. I feel like it was in Stardust Crusaders, but it may have also been in Battle Tendency. I don't think it was in Phantom Blood, but it's been a while since I've watched them. But that's what it is, it's JoJo. Definitely that. That's why it sounds familiar. Excellent, I'm glad we figured it out. Right. It's one of those things of like, if we didn't figure it out, it would have been like really just nagging at me every time we heard it. Don't like that. I really hope I can upgrade my new suit by the end of this mission. What story? What story? Okay, it's actually a really bad twinge in my wrist now. I'm not young like I used to be. We just need to get the automatic shot. Like, we get that, and we stop mashing the button. We'll be fine. Because, like, again, every individual shot here is me pressing the button. And you think about how fast those shots are coming out. And it's like, you play Metal Gear Solid. I've definitely spoken about this during like some of the more recent Metal Gear Solid 1 playthroughs. I say more recent, like I don't think I've streamed that in 2 years almost. Like over a year and a half at least. And I talk about like how you can really feel it in the torture sequence now. And like it used to be a lot easier, now you can really feel it. And by like the 4th go round of the 2nd time, like barely holding on. And how one day I just won't be able to do it anymore. Now imagine that for over and over and over and over again. It's 2.5 hours. They wanted you to never play this game again, or any other game again. I think, like, in this game's defense, when it's all working properly, and, like, I'm not being overwhelmed by too many enemies I can't properly deal with, because, like, there's the limitations of the camera and the controls. When it's working properly, when you've got, like, 3 enemies on the screen and such, I think it is kind of fun. And, like, you get used to the stiff movements and everything. Though, in hectic moments, the stiff movements still become a problem for me. Okay, so that's locked. There's a door there. And you can see there's an issue with the way the movements work, where you can't smoothly go around that corner. And that's definitely something you see come up in Resident Evil. Like having to stop and like readjust during a turn. Resident Evil's not this fast paced though. I can shoot the missiles. Cool. Didn't realize that. Okay, didn't work that time. Like, there's definitely an idea here that could be really appealing. Like the whole sense of stylish dancing for the fighting. I think it's definitely comparable to Devil May Cry 2, though. Yeah, I think it's definitely comparable to Devil May Cry 2, in the sense that, like, there's ideas here that could be really good. But unlike Devil May Cry 2, this didn't get a sequel that really got to refine those ideas and make them worth experiencing. Perfect. I really feel like the game gives me a choice of directions to go, and it never matters. Which is odd. Well, that wasn't helpful. I don't like these enemies specifically, because when they get within a certain range, I can't see them through the main character. And so I don't realize they're shooting me. It's not even so much an illusion of choice, I think. Like, you expect one direction to take you forward, and the other to be like a side area that might have goodies. And it feels like every time I've gone through one of these doors, it's always just been progress. And I feel like it's probably a case of all of these doors lead you forward, and the idea of their... I didn't even properly hit me. The idea of there being multiple paths is not true, because every door just leads to the same other door. Yeah, like they're all the same progression. Like, I'd have to do a bunch of experimentation that I'm not willing to do to prove it. That fired off a lot faster than I expected it to. Now, really feel like we're going to run out of continues at some point, and we're just going to be fucked. I like this landscape here. Like, this is interesting. There could be something here. There's not, and, like, that's kind of a disappointment. But there could be. Do I need 2 full lives? The game can also get fucked. Presumably, I just have to reload the save from, like, before the start of that level. Gonna hate this, There it is. Okay. No. No, 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 no. I don't like any of what this is doing. Like, look at that. I dodged one, and the next one immediately hit me. Like, what am I doing here? Okay, and the enemy can be in the way of its own shots, and it won't block them or take damage. I don't like any of what this is doing. I'm lucky if I get 3 hits off that. On. It didn't home in there? I don't like any of that. Oh, the fighting infested tank. Right, let's see how this works. So I can still fire faster, but that's not a bad fire rate. What, that one? Oh, that one? Yeah, I think upgraded, I'm definitely going to prefer this. What, a different sway? Ninja, do you understand how expensive all of the suits are? I mean, that's why I'm doing this trial mission that's completely unconnected from anything else. That seems to be completely randomized from stuff that I've already done. So I don't understand, like, what it is. Like, this is just so we can get a little extra money and try and upgrade the suit so I can use it. What are the details on this? Sparking energy balls that split upon impact to destroy other enemies nearby. So it's like Gull Wing. Cooler. And also it's very important that she turns around and fires it backwards. Alright. Yeah, I'll take that. I feel like I'm enjoying this game so much more now. All it took was being able to, like, not have to mash the button. Yeah, it's better. There's also the thing of, like, you'd be surprised how distracting it can be to just be constantly mashing to attack. And how that can make it so much harder to dodge. There we go. And, like, we get some upgrades to this suit, and I feel like everything will be better. Like, there's another level of automatic so it can fire faster. It'll have more defense than our previous suit and equal power. I also like that. It's a good special attack. I'm wondering, like, what the catch is. Like, is the range on it actually really bad? Yeah. Like, it does way more damage than I expected. Man, I wish there was a sprint mode. Yep. I feel like in Devil May Cry 1, it's not a huge issue because the environments are fairly small in that game. Devil May Cry 2, yes. Devil May Cry 3, less so, but also yes. Okay, so that's the dead end. And then the other one has to be a dead end as well. And so the question becomes, like, how do they rank you as having actually cleared these? Like, will it, like, doing all 15 rooms count that? Or will I have to go through the specific exit point right at the end? Right, this is where I start. I want to go the other way. This way. And this presumably should be exit. And that's all of it done. There we go. I will say I do like that when you upgrade one of these, the price doesn't increase to upgrade it again. So like level 3 barrier is still 60,000. I like that. Also, notice she's wearing the different outfit in the portrait there. Going up uncapped. Well, there's the thing. One of the things in Nocturne that makes hard mode so much harder than normal is the price of everything. Like, I believe the cost of everything in hard mode on Nocturne is triple. Like, on top of everything just being harder. I hope when I finish this mission I have enough points to either get the next level of Power Shot, or just straight up the next level of Automatic. Hell? Yes, a little bit. Was Mega Man Legends a hit? Alright, free energy. Fucking shield. Oh, bullshit. I mean, you say that, Ninja, but, Devil May Cry 2 was a hit. It sold better than the first game. I always attribute it to because, like, the previous game was so well received and well regarded. More people bought the sequel, like, brand new at launch because they were excited for it. And it's the same reason why RE5 sold better than RE4. I think RE6 sold better than RE4 as well. Bada bing. Oh yeah, like, people return their copies, but like... game stores aren't gonna give you, like, full refunds on those. People would have to return their copies and trade them in. So... yeah, Devil May Cry 2 is a lot more accessible than Devil May Cry 1. It's just a lot less rewarding. Like, it's got a lot of interesting ideas and a lot of stuff that it doesn't do well that's still there. I think the best mark of its quality is that you can see what worked, or like what ideas were good. And so like they were kept and refined in 3. Miss me, bitch. Apparently, like, there was a big demand in-house from those developers of, like, you know, let us actually redeem ourselves with, you know, a good game that we're not kind of scapegoated with. Like, it was kind of fascinating reading up on some of the stuff about Devil May Cry 2 and its development. Like, it was greenlit because Capcom was so sure Devil May Cry 1 was going to be a hit. Devil May Cry 2 was greenlit before it was even finished. They didn't really even know what Devil May Cry 1 was when development started. The original director didn't like Dante's attitude in the first game, which is why it's different in the second. Like, it's kind of fascinating. I'd love to see, like, a more thorough documentation of it. I mean, it's not publicly known. They would have known at the time, but it's not publicly known who it was. Which, like, it makes me think one of two things. Either it was a nobody, or it was a big name. and they didn't want, like, it was a nobody, so it didn't matter who it was, or it was a big name, so they didn't want to ruin the reputation. Like, maybe it was Keiji Inafune. Who knows? Could be. Because, like, if it was a name of a developer or director at Capcom that carried any weight, at that time, my big thought would only be Mikami or Inafune. Like, Kamiya had the success of Resident Evil 2 and Devil May Cry under his belt by then. That's 2 successes. It's not an amazing streak. Inafune is credited as being, like, instrumental, like, the spearhead of Mega Man. It's like, that's a big deal. Plus, like, sure, other things that I can't think of right now, but Mega Man was a huge deal. And of course, Mikami had been active since at least Goof Troop. Produced directed Resident Evil, like put out Resident Evil, directed Resident Evil Remake, directed Dino Crisis, like all successfully not. 2002, so yeah, our Resident Evil Remake would have been out by then, and Capcom wouldn't have known that it was a financial failure so much yet. So they would have looked at the critical reception, which was very positive, and been like, yeah, this is great. And I'm pretty sure Onimusha. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Onimusha, so, like, again, string of success, well-regarded stuff, new IPs, blah blah blah, big deals. And so yeah, the only thing I can think of would be that it would have to be Inafune. I don't have enough for anything, do I? Nope. But I could be wrong, and it could just be like anybody. You know what? When I press the fucking button to target the fucking thing, Jesus Christ. I pressed retarget like 5 times and it didn't ever target the fucking shield generator. Go design the inventory in RE6. Something is over there putting out more of these fucking things. Some of the most annoying bullshit I've ever had to deal with. It's definitely a thing of, like, given how worthless camera control is in this game like this, probably should have mapped it to the right stick. Would have liked more health. Yeah, they don't want you to have a good time. Like I said, this is very much from that period of Capcom games on PS2 where they wanted you to have to work for your victory. Like Devil May Cry, this, Beautiful Joe after this, God Hand. And, like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, I feel like Devil May Cry gets to get away with having enemies do, like, as much damage as they do, because enemy attacks are generally fairly easily avoidable because of the way movement works in that game. Which is the difference between that and this. Alright, how bad is this gonna be? Yeah. To their credit, like, they don't seem to be putting me into boss fights with, like, less than full. But does it really matter when a single hit kills me like that? Okay, so I'm trying to get that out. My only guess is, like, maybe I'm supposed to have upgraded my defense more. But, like, I did upgrade my defense. And then I got the new suit, and I need to wear the new suit so that my fucking hand doesn't die. And now we're back down to the, like, the lower level of health. But I feel like that extra level cannot possibly be enough to prevent, like, these one-hit kills and still have any reasonable level of health left. I don't have enough for anything, do I? Oh, I can upgrade. No, I was wrong. We are at the same level of defense as I was with my previous suit now. I'm at the lower level of attack. Alright. Ad coming up. We're going to run the ad. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then we'll be back, and we'll do more of this. Mission 8. How many missions are there in this? $11 missions. Alright. 11 normal missions, 5 trial missions. Wait. 5 trial missions per normal mission? What? The game allows you to select between easy and normal difficulty at the start. In order to unlock all the extras, it's recommended to start on easy and only start with normal after that. The reason is that suits earned on one difficulty can be reused on the next. So finishing normal with a suit you've powered up on easy gets much easier. Okay. I wonder if that's something the developers intended? Like, play it on easy before you play it on normal? Hmm.
Who are you gonna murder next, mister?
Probably more machines. And we're back. Okay. Okay. So the trial missions, like what I saw when I was looking at it, just before the break, the trial missions are made up of random pieces from the previous mission, it said. So presumably, like, after each mission, there's 5 levels of that. Which, like, 5 times 11, 55 different trial missions, but they're all random. Also, this is the start of the first level. That's right, Ninja Airs. Mission 8 was reused for Hunk's theme. Mission 4 was reused for Krauser's theme. On the fly research. What was I saying? So like 55 potential missions if I've understood it right, the trial missions. Possibly the expectation that between each mission you're going to go through all 5 levels of the trial missions for like extra points and stuff. Well, that was bullshit. There's also the thing of the, that's kind of interesting. The final boss of this game is apparently really fucking difficult. And like on easy mode, you can deal with it just with a few special attacks. On normal and hard mode, like, it's one of the most difficult things like there is, like complete bullshit. Like it fires more projectiles, like way more projectiles at you than anything previously in the game. Wow, I'm surprised there was nothing there. I needed that. Oh, there's only 5 rooms in this level. Just like that, that'll be interesting to get to. Interesting's a strong word. Interesting is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Don't like the looks of that. Cool. What the fuck am I expected to do with it? That's right, I'll just abuse iframes. And it still hits. Wonderful. I can only do that one more time, though. Oh, hello. I think there is a legitimate question, like, what's the point of a health bar if, like you said, Ninja, so much is a one-hit kill. Yeah, I need to upgrade my attacks more for them to do more than nothing. What? At no point had anything said to me it could go straight across that hole in the center. Like, I thought the reason it was going around the hole was because, you know, it's got wheels and can't fly. There's a phase 2. I don't like that. No other bosses had a phase 2. I do like that an enemy with this many separate guns has them as targets, so you can spend the time, if you want to, like taking those targets apart, so it can do less damage to you per attack. That said, this whole setup does not make for a very engaging boss fight. You see the way it didn't actually fall down the pit? It was clearly just like lay across a layer of it. Alright. Increase the power of the palm shot, or increase automatic performance. Just increase the power. I don't think it ever worked to begin with. Mission 9. Right, let's go. I think, like, if there was more variety to the enemies, to the environments, like, and if the gameplay wasn't as stiff, I don't think this would even need to be longer than it is. It could just absolutely be something that's incredibly fun and replayable. But as it is, like, I don't know why you'd want to play this a second time. Even if you do enjoy it, there's not a whole lot else to get out of it. Like, there is an unlockable suit. There's at least one unlockable suit that you get for beating the game. Less fun Einhander. I don't know, it doesn't control as smoothly as Einhander. And Einhander has, like, enemy variety and environment variety. That motherfucker shot that from halfway across the goddamn map. There's also the fun thing here of, like, we've just upgraded the damage of our regular shot. Does it feel like it? There's not even a point in spending the continues here. Because, like, this is still the first room of this level. That just fucking saved, didn't it? Yeah, see, back down to 0. Back down to, like, 1. So it's 5 trial missions per mission. And given that they're all just random mishmashes of pre-existing, like, environments, like, there's no appeal to that. Like, imagine if Bloody Palace required you to go through, like, individual rooms of like random parts of the level. Fight the enemies again, rather than just letting you fight the enemies. And it's like, the levels aren't interesting enough. This is now the 3rd time I've gone through this room. They're not interesting enough to justify this. And so the only reason you're doing this is to get more points to upgrade your stuff. Maybe you're struggling on the next mission. And it's the worst way to do this. And then you've got like this room, which has 3 exits. Technically 2 exits, because one of them's an entrance. And since apparently if you want to progress in the trial missions, for each stage you have to do every room. Not a fun enemy encounter. I feel like a better way to do this idea, at the very least, would be to mark exit doors. Because, like, you want to tap out now? Go for it. You want to keep going? Go for it. Okay, so this isn't an exit room, so let's go back and do this, because the other one will probably be the exit. At least you keep the points you get, even if you die. Yeah, like the idea of the randomized rooms, not bad. The trouble is, rooms would have to have any real personality for it to mean anything. Either that or just be shorter. There's a bunch of ways to do this better. Apparently this is a cult classic. This is considered a cult classic. And like, even before playing this today, if you had said that to me, I would have been like, what? As somebody who played it at the time. What if we did the same room again, but in reverse? Yeah, but like, imagine combat wasn't as fun. Imagine the game hadn't at least mixed it up by giving you a different character to play as. The saving grace of this right now is that I'm actually getting quite a lot of points. These spider things can fuck off though, because I can never see when they're actually shooting me. But like I say, at least you keep your points. Like, you don't have to make it to the end to get the points that you've earned for this. You don't have to, like, hit an exit for it. You get whatever points you've gotten, which... it might be, like, incredibly fucking tedious. But it means there's not really a point where you'll get stuck on this game because you don't have the money to upgrade stuff. Because you could theoretically just grind these missions. It wouldn't be fun. but it would be doable. I really do feel like, given how many attacks just instantly kill me, I would have been better off going for like the enhanced attack suits. But even then, like, they didn't have automatic fire. And given how little difference there seems to be between each level of damage per level, like, would that have even been worth it? And also, like, given how little difference we're seeing between each level of upgrade, I feel like when we do unlock the next level of suits, it's not going to be worth getting them. Because that's going to be a thing of, like, okay, the new suits are going to be really expensive as well. This current one I'm wearing was 300,000. So we had to save up 300,000 and then still apply upgrades to it through, like, more money spent. So I don't think a new suit would be worth it. And we'd be better off focusing a little more on upgrading this suit. It's not a good upgrade system, and it's entirely because of the price of everything and such. Like, suits isn't a bad idea, in theory. And it's because they want it to be specifically cosmetic, because female character. I mean, I don't know, like, maybe instead of suits, like, specific pieces of suits? I don't know, because then, like, you would absolutely have, like, flashing pieces. Unless, like, it's all one suit. So, like, you change individual pieces of it. Like, it's still the same suit, but, like, you change individual pieces, and maybe different pieces are different colours, and it could be kind of garish, but, like, But, like, yeah, you also really do need to have the upgrades actually feel like they matter. Like, maybe begin... Oh, this is the defense-oriented suit. Maybe begin by it having a higher base level of defense as well. And the offense suit has, like, a higher base level of offense to begin with. Like, there are ways to make it work. I don't like having this room multiple times. I don't like having this room at all. Fucking tired of these shield drones. Hey, you know what? That's kind of interesting. That could be a viable strategy. The enemies explode when you get near them. Interesting. Like, that's what caused those enemies earlier to explode? Really? We need this room again? Have a fucking limit. I hope this is, like, a noticeable change. Alright. How much faster is it going to be now? Perfect. Like, I can fire that fast very sporadically. Oh look, a new pose. This feels really ineffective though, because like she's not even aiming forward. Yeah, I should have just saved up for the automatic. I feel like one of the stupidest things with this, though, is like... If I asked you this character's name, what would you say? Like, you might remember it. It's never been stated. If it has, I think, like, the client said it once at the start of the game and hasn't said it since. And it's such a Japanese interpretation of a Western name as well. Like, it's such an unnecessary name with a middle initial. Come on. Don't appreciate any of that. Thank you, Ninja. It's easier than it looks, which makes it frustrating when it doesn't work like that. This is why you need iframes in dodges like that. Because when the dodge is successful and leads, like, still leads to death, the gameplay has failed. You know, like in Resident Evil 3. I'm dreading this final boss, having read that it's, like, really, really bad. I really wish sideways jumping was worth anything. Because, like, I want to jump sideways, because, like, front jump, back jump. Good. Yeah, front jump and back jump are good. And then you do the side jump, and it's an absolute mistake born entirely out of reflex. I hope I never see those things again. They were awful. There you go, Vanessa Z. Schneider. I just feel like there's certain names that pop up maybe more than they should in, like, specifically Japanese media. Because the Japanese have a fascination with that name. Schneider's one of them. We're a third of the way through the level. Okay, fucking stop it. Come on. Level 2 automatic was absolutely worth it. I wish there was a way to, like, turn around in midair, like, during a jump. Like, if you, like, press the quick turn button during a jump. I feel like that would be a good idea. And, like, to give a really good example of, like, how good of an idea it is, it was a move that had been in Tomb Raider since the very first game. Like, Tomb Raider 1 started pretty simple and added, like, a bunch of extra moves as the series went on. Like sprint and crawl, they weren't in the original game. What was in the original game was the ability to turn around in midair. Fucking love original Tomb Raider. It's a good game. Like I say, Ninja, if you are genuinely interested, emulate the first Tomb Raider. It's like, maybe you would be terrible about them. And turn around, there's a missile in my face. Maybe you would be terrible at them. But I don't think anybody really starts good at that kind of game. Like, you see somebody running through that game, like, really quickly. That's because that person has done that game to the point where they just know everything. They memorize everything. Nobody starts there. And, like, one of my favorite things about it is, like, it's, especially the first one, big part of the reason why it's my favorite, it's, for the most part, like, very at your own pace. And my pace for that kind of game is, like, remarkably slow. Like, you see how fast I play other games? I take Tomb Raider a lot slower than you would think. The main reason I would say emulate, like, give the first one a try. If you enjoy it, then pick up the remaster, because the remaster is worth playing. It's a good remaster. And the remaster adds in the PC convenience of save anywhere and reload. Look at that. The fucking missile comes from behind a wall. Fucking bullshit. Oh, good. Half casual, half speedrun. That's how I play Resident Evil. Yeah, I got health and then died in a single hit anyway. My favorite thing to do. We're going to run this upcoming ad, and then we'll come back and hopefully finish this game.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
We'll be right back. And we're back.
I can't watch this! Hey, everybody, I can't watch this!
Yeah, well, you have to. Didn't I do this already? Didn't it have the exact same opening cutscene? Oh, it's the second one. Okay, that makes it better. I was at full health. That was like at least half my health there, maybe a little more. Straight up the same fight as before as well. That's probably not supposed to look like that. Great. Two. Amazing. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, good. So yeah, like, it immediately starts attacking you. Oh, it didn't there. You know, when I could have actually taken a hit. You know, I see health and energy refills outside of this boss arena. Which tells me this isn't the end. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. Seriously, automatic level 2, the best upgrade. Like, the other suit could have, like, stronger shots, but given that it doesn't have automatic, it wouldn't do as much DPS. Be another boss. Why else would they refill health and energy?
What is this? What's going on?
He does have a
She
voice.
is identical. Wait, is she a clone of myself? Or am I a clone of her?
How dare this game suddenly try and have a story? Also, is it just me or did Jennifer Hale sound like she couldn't act there? What was that about? Yeah, but like, could you place what accent? Like, it definitely wasn't English. So, like, all of a sudden we're in, like, a completely different idea of something here. Yeah, like, oh, what if it's a secret result if we just shoot it a bit and she'll break out? Yeah, like, all of a sudden, all of a sudden there's voice acting for one. There's like, oh yeah, no, there's a strange clone. Or maybe we're the clone. And it's like, how dare you? How dare you try and pull this shit right now? You have had an entire game to do something. Alright, come on. Gotta go up and save the world, claim he's your clone, baby. Your clone too. Goo gaga clone, baby. I'm glad we all know what that is. The Dominator. The Dominator clone. Really? Like, I get it's probably because of the timer, but like, that's garbage checkpoint. After the way the checkpoints have been for the rest of the game, that's terrible. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't put a missile turret in a fucking hallway. What this game wants to do, it probably shouldn't be set in so many hallways. Well, look at that. I was at full health, and now look at it. That was off one hit. And then there's those fuckers with that fucking bullshit attack. And because of how much damage every individual hit does to me, I can't even try and run past stuff, because it will kill me. It's like every time we fought one of those winged fuckers, Like, they either dash in and do the 5-prong attack, or they dash in and do that thick laser beam that always lasts longer than your dodge does. And they always move in close enough that you cannot effectively dodge it anyway. Wouldn't have mattered because the exit was blocked and I have to kill everything in that room. I'm not doing this mission again. Save state. I'm not doing this again. I feel like everything takes so long to kill anyway, the shield drones are just unnecessary. It really is. And these enemies have always been fucking garbage. The worst enemies in the game. You don't have the maneuverability to deal with that up-close thick laser. You can't kill it fast though, because like, look at how fast I'm firing. This is the fastest I could possibly be firing. I feel like there's another one that I have to fucking hunt for. Yeah, that's exactly what I want on a timer, having to hunt down enemies. Open the fucking door. You see? We were right there. Every time. And there's still 2 missions. See, and here you go, look. The top level of suit, which they didn't tell me that was available. You know, unlike the previous one. 600,000. Ridiculous. And then we still have to upgrade it again. And the upgrades will undoubtedly be more expensive than my current outfit. So I feel like saving up for this is probably just the best option, and then upgrading it. Unless you're willing to grind the trial missions. Hey, remember when we started to have a semblance of a plot? That's gone. Now back to that gameplay that had become tiresome and repetitive like 5 missions ago. Bear in mind, we just upgraded to the highest level of defense that we have. Did you notice a difference? And because these fuckers are on a downward slope, I can't see them. And it's like, by this point, there's 2 missions left. There's this mission, there's the next mission. The game has absolutely worn out its welcome. It's been repetitive. Like, pretending to have a semblance of a story in the last mission feels like more of a middle finger than anything else. It still controls like shit. Like, it's one thing to make a game difficult. It's another to make a game difficult and play badly, and also be like, hey, here are upgrades that will make you better suited to deal with this game, and then they don't. And then that door's locked, so we have to fight all these fuckers. And isn't that just a fucking wonderful endorsement for this game? Turn around, missiles to the face, over half your health gone. I think I'm done. Let's look up what the result of the plot is. Because I don't want to play this anymore. Alright, so with everything we've seen, blah blah blah, there we go. After defeating the central core, Vanessa encounters a digital projection of the client whose appearance is identical to her own. She speculates that she's a clone of the client, but the client counters that none of their memories may be real. Vanessa debates whether to continue her work as a mercenary. The game ends. Yeah, if you wanna play this game, just do it on easy. Since everything carries over between easy and normal, just do it on easy. They also don't provide a good gameplay experience, Clem. Is this worth your time? Not really. Like, even if you play it on easy, and things would do less damage and you'd presumably do more, Like, it's repetitive. It's incredibly stiff to control. By the time any plot does show up, you've gone through so much of the game with nothing that it just feels worse for it pretending to have it. Like, it's not a good story experience, it's not a good gameplay experience. And I think the revelation that the life form detected within the facility is just Vanessa again, and the revelation that the client is Vanessa again, says to me that they made one character model. And we're like, okay, that's it. Either they didn't have time for more, or they had nothing going. It makes you wonder, like, why wasn't this cancelled? There's nothing here. Is it the worst game I've ever played? No. No, it's not the worst game I've ever played, not even on stream. But it's so bland and repetitive and empty, and even when you are having fun with it, that doesn't last. Really doesn't. P.N.03 is, we're all waiting for it, not worth your time. A game that is worth your time That's good work on the list then, Clem. It's Chaos
Ready?
Legion.
Action! When the V-Watch starts to glow,
Boys, it really is Captain Blue!
say the word. Henshin!
Henshin a go-go, baby! Just call me Beautiful Joe.
Joe wanders into the world of the movies and gallantly fights evil to rescue Sylvia. The beautiful moves and techniques.
Yo, man. What's up? I'm the one who put that star in Captain Blue's face. Now you be lucky if you get away with your life, boy.
Oh, man, don't flatter yourself. Mach speed!
That flourish from your heroic Captain instincts.
Zoom in!
Exploit them for good deeds and save this world.
Let's rock, baby!
We need that girl for our dastardly plan to escape movie land.
What are you yapping about, escape movie land?
Right. Well, since you'll die anyway, I guess I can reveal to you our evil plan.
You ought to watch your big mouth until you know you're gonna win.
You've been making waves in our world, but you should realize you're just a sidekick.
The grueling attacks of the evil forces know no end. Appearing before his battered body, the most imposing of the Shadows shows no mercy.
Have you not heard? This movie is already over. Captain Blue defeated, and we are victorious.
What hardships will he face? And does he have the strength to overcome?
Shows you what you know, Bat Brain. In movies, there has to be a plot twist. That means things always go wrong once before you get to the happy ending. Hello? Now come on. Let's get this over with.
Don't forget to catch Joe and company next time in
Beautiful Joe.
Till then, ta-ta!
Beautiful Joe. Next time. Yeah, no interest in Beautiful Joe. Beautiful Joe, it's like I was saying earlier, and like I've said previously, like, regardless of whether or not the games Hideki Kamiya were good or not, or whether you enjoy them or not, they were always interesting. And Beautiful Joe is absolutely interesting. It's also a really good game. It's a beat 'em up, so you've got to be interested in a beat 'em up. It's 2D beat 'em up, 3D graphics, so you got to be interested in that. But it's a quirky, fun game that has so much personality. Like, there's a reason it got a sequel and was beloved in its day. And why Beautiful Joe being a playable character in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is fantastic. The worry I have with playing Beautiful Joe is I've never been particularly good at it. So I should consider practicing off stream. Because I've never been good at Beautiful Joe. But it's fun. Like, it's genuinely fun, and I wish Capcom would remaster it. And that's going to be it next time on the history of stylish action. Let's see. Yeah, and then Bujin Guy after that. Which I don't know a whole lot about. Except that the main character is modeled after Japanese rock sensation Gact. Which, speaking of, I did want to bring this up real quick. I had been under the impression for a while that Gact lending his likeness to Genesis in Crisis Core was at least part of the reason why that game didn't get a digital release on PSP and why it took so long for any kind of remaster or remake to happen, when Crisis Core was a game that really deserved it and it should have happened sooner. It turns out that Gact reprises his role in Crisis Core Reunion. So it's entirely possible that it was the case, and that they eventually came to an agreement with him and he just reprised his role. Because they wouldn't have just reused the voice acting from the original, because Crisis Core Reunion had full voice acting when the original didn't. Anyway, there's that. P.N.03. Don't play it. Like I say, I heard it was going up in price because people were interested in it. Because of comparisons to Pragmata. Let's take a real quick look. Got a bit of time at the prices. Okay. Pre-owned, £26, £28 complete. Japanese version, fantastic condition. 23 free. With the manual, like $29.99. So it's not gone up in price that much, unless the best version has gone up in price. Who knows? Don't buy this. There's better things you can spend your money on. Buy Beautiful Joe. Buy Beautiful Joe and Beautiful Joe 2 on GameCube. Buy Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader. Last I saw, a remake on GameCube isn't expensive. Probably because remasters there. So it's not the only legal way to play it now. Although, if you did want to play, if remaster didn't exist and you did want to play remake, there was also the Wii release, which was the same game, just playable on a Wii. Like, it didn't even require motion controls. They had, like, GameCube controller support with it as well. Classic controller support. So that was good. I don't think remakes ever really jumped up in price. Anyway, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Ninja, Bane, Mia. Who else was in chat today? I'm sure there's somebody else, actually. There's Clem. I'm deliberately holding off on saying Clem, but I'm sure there was somebody else in chat. It wasn't Flame. I don't know, like, I appreciate everybody being here. Thanks so much for joining me. Chat is always the best part of the stream. The History of Stylish Action will continue next week with Beautiful Joe. We'll finally be doing a good game. I did say Bane. Ninja, Bane, Mir, Lim. We'll finally be doing a good game for the History of Stylish Action once again. We haven't done a good game for the History of Stylish Action since the first game for the History of Stylish Action, which was Devil May Cry 1. Let me see. Let me check real quick. See. Good game. I don't know. I remember that one being okay. I've never played that. Good game, good game, good game, good game, good game. I guess Bayonetta is a good game. Good game, good game. Good game, good game. Good game. Good game, good game, good game, good game, good. Excellent. We're past the worst of it. Yeah, I guess Bayonetta 1's a good game. I just don't enjoy playing it because it's kind of bullshit. But that's way down the line. And we'll talk about it. We'll talk about its issues. Because it has issues. I think overall Bayonetta 2 is better balanced. It definitely had more fun playing Bayonetta 2. I hope more people get to play Bayonetta 2 now that it's on Switch. I have never played it on Switch. I played it on Wii U. Who plays Bayonetta? Well, I'd love, like, for the sake of the stream, to, like, do the Father Rodin fight. But, like, I'm not unlocking that. Absolutely not. Let's have a sound alert. We opened with that one, which is odd. But like, to even get the Father Rodan fight available, you have to do all of the Alfheim portals, and like, I don't enjoy those secret missions. I don't enjoy them in Devil May Cry. I definitely don't enjoy them in Bayonetta. Well, I will get to it. Beautiful Joe next week. And like, unless Bujingai is genuinely terrible, I've heard it's rough. But it's rough, but it is interesting. Unless it's genuinely terrible, I think we're past the worst of it. God Hand will be difficult. Beautiful Joe will be difficult. I should really practice on them. Yeah, I wouldn't do them. Would not do them. With Bayonetta, I'm probably going to do the PC version. Because I did do the Switch version, and I'd like to actually play the PC version all the way through, at least. And if I'm doing the Switch version, I'm just going to end up being like, we're going to use the Nintendo costumes. One for once. But that's way down the line. There's plenty more to come before that. But yeah, that is it. Teak will be going live soonish, I believe he said. He said on his Discord he's doing Final Fantasy 14, which doesn't sound right. I think he's made a typo. Because, like, even if he's finished 11, he should be doing 12 next, and 13. He shouldn't jump straight to 14. I would have thought he'd want a break between MMOs. But yeah, like, check out Teak. He'll be going live soon. You guys all know Teak. He should be playing more Final Fantasy 11. One day I'll stream 12. Maybe 12 will be the next Final Fantasy game I stream. I don't know. That's at least next year, unless I decide next year will be Star Wars year, in which case it will not be next year. No, I do want to do something special for the 50th anniversary. I mean, I can just go in and turn that off, Clem. Also, it's not a threat. I put it there because I kind of do want to do it. Well, I put it there because I didn't expect anybody to get that many points. I've left it there because I do kind of want to do it. So your threats are not threats. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Beautiful Joe next week for the History of Stylish Action. Look forward to that. I expect that to be at least a 2-session playthrough. Paper Mario continues for the year of RPGs, and Daylight Shooting Time continues with Bioshock. Once we're done with Bioshock, we are going to do at least, I want to say, like 3 Star Wars games. Just to have a little bit of Star Wars in there. Because I do like Star Wars. And, like, nobody can take that away from me. Like, the sequels couldn't take that away from me. Nothing can take it away from me. I like Star Wars. I have one more sound alert, hopefully one that we haven't already had this session.
If he's so smart, how come he's dead?
Perfect. But yeah, with that, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.